The materials are all mostly the same? Ugh, it looks like that door over there is locked. Let's go see if we can open it. An access card and a password? Looks like we'll have to check out room 105 first. Simple. I have a basic hacking software on my terminal. Just boot it up and wait for it to access the local network. Loading complete. Now we can see every electronic device capable of accessing the network from within the room. All I have to do is select a device to hack, and the software will get to work. Let's take a look at today's temporary pass applicants. 9:13 a.m. Clark and Lauren, employee, temporary pass. Access code 339571. Now let's see his pass usage. There! He's in the break room on the other side of the lobby. But there's nothing for us to hide behind in there. Getting his temporary pass won't be easy.
Huh? What's going on? Is this thing broken?
If everything went right, he should be knocked out on the floor. We should have no trouble taking his temporary pass now. Got it! It wasn't easy, but at least we pulled it off.
Who are you two? Why haven't I seen you before?
I suppose Mr. Erot did send out that email a while back. Something about Blue Planet's higher-ranking members being able to recommend new recruits.
Still, there's something suspicious about you two. Let me ask you something. Who is Blue Planet's revered founder and leader? You're no member of Blue Planet. Seize them!
Hands up. Don't move an inch.
What should we do, researcher?
Keep your hands where I can see them, and turn around to face me. Researcher? What are you doing here? You know me?
Wait, do you know each other? Or not?
Greetings, researcher. It appears Secretary General Kieran has already informed you about me. For the duration of your mission, I have been assigned to protect and support you as needed.
Protect and assist the researcher? That's an interesting way to describe spying, to say the least.
You still haven't answered my question. What are you two doing here in the first place? Secretary General Kieran narrowly escaped a meticulously planned attempt on his life. All evidence points to Blue Planet's involvement, prompting the Federation to unleash an unprecedented purge of the organization's networks. During the purge, we discovered a number of clues that pointed to this facility, so I came to investigate things myself. However, I didn't expect them to be connected to the Secretary's plans. Something's definitely off about this organization. Since we're both here, why don't we continue our investigations together? You'll be safer this way as well.
Kieran's plan? You mean that reshaping reality plan?
How do you know about it?
When we were at the Tower of Fantasy last time, their network security personnel caught me when I tried to access something called the Reality Reshaping Program. So, what kind of plan is this? Hardly. Nothing in this world is beyond the scope of my skills. Besides, joining the Federation and going along with Kieran's plan isn't something a hacker like me would ever do.
Wait, the researcher called you Gray Fox, and you've been to the Tower of Fantasy. Are you the elusive hacker from Wednesday?
Guess you're not entirely hopeless.
So that girl plugged into her phone. That was you? Miss Gray Fox, are you playing games with a Federation agent?
I should have known an agent of the Federation would be a little more cunning than the researcher.
Why do you keep using a droid to talk to me? Am I that frightening to you? So who exactly are you, Miss Gray Fox? Even though Wednesday was high on the Federation's most wanted list, we know very little about you and your true identity.
Wednesday's arrest order has already been cancelled. Who I am is none of your concern.
A mysterious hacker who refuses to share any details about herself. In my experience, someone like this makes for a terrible teammate. If you and the Secretary General trust her so much, then I suppose I can do the same. I'll set my suspicions aside so we can plan out our next move.
You finally said something useful for once. For a second, I thought you had forgotten your whole reason for being here. I didn't say that. I just need a little more time to analyze it, that's all. Interesting. It's a dynamic password lock. One that changes every 30 seconds. The only way to open this door is by using a terminal that has been synced up to the lock's password algorithm. I found out that the dynamic password changes according to the current server time and the number of times it's been accessed. Unfortunately, we still need the corresponding terminal to get through. Whoever can open this door holds a terminal linked to the dynamic password system. Both devices use the same algorithm, with the terminal's device code being a random number that determines whatever the algorithm spits out. Without that terminal, we can only guess at the password. Unfortunately, it looks like we only get 10 attempts.
Is this what you're looking for? Thanks to Federation intel, I was able to confront and subdue a high-ranking member of Blue Planet last night. He was the one who told me about this place, and this was his terminal. Unfortunately, it got severely damaged during our encounter.
It should do. Even though the terminal is busted, its data chip is still intact. Odie shouldn't have any problem extracting the data. The door is right in front of us. Cracking its encryption algorithm using the door itself is time-consuming, but not impossible, as long as I have the terminal device code and the 2 pieces of data I just obtained. Our only chance of failure is if I miscalculate a complex mathematical equation, or if I type in the wrong numbers because my hand is shaking. Got it.
That filing cabinet is full of Blue Planet's financial records and legal documents. Fascinating stuff, I'm sure. If only I had a degree in both finance and law to make sense of it all. There's also a safe behind the shelf. From my experience, organizations like this usually keep large bank deposit statements in these kinds of safes. I've already alerted the Federation, and our agents should be here any minute to shut this place down.
I'm working on decrypting an unreadable file on this computer. If I had to guess, it's probably a list of Blue Planet's high-level personnel. This must be what Agent Claudia's looking for, right?
Correct. The broken terminal belonged to a high-ranking Blue Planet member. In our interrogation, he confessed they only shared general knowledge about each other, with true identities kept secret. Based on his account, Blue Planet's senior members are leaders from various organizations. They wield significant wealth and connections, even placing spies within the Federation. I came here mainly to secure a list of Blue Planet affiliates. With that, I can quickly neutralize the threats to Secretary General Kieran's safety. Now, the file, please.
No. After all the trouble the Federation made for us, I think it's time for Wednesday to return the favor instead.
This isn't a game, Grey Fox. The Secretary General's safety is paramount, especially since Blue Planet may still pose a threat to the reality reshaping program.
I've done enough research on the Aberrant situation, but this reality reshaping program, no one ever told me about it before. Guess that means I shouldn't worry about it too much, right?
How could you possibly think that?
I'm curious to know about it too. Why would you people choose to hide the existence of Aberrants from everyone on Ida? Fine, take it. I'm not trying to stop you from saving the world or anything, you know? I just can't stand to see Kieran and the Federation doing whatever they want. Besides, I've already made a full copy of the data, so it doesn't matter if you tell me or not. Sooner or later, I'll know everything about your plans. Ugh, you and Ankh are like two peas in a pod. You've only been a member of Wednesday for a few days, but you've already picked up a bunch of her bad habits.
Vicar, Samaritan, Erudite. Wait, Claire Foucault? That's the name of a high-ranking employee within the Tower of Fantasy. I work with her all the time. Thank you, Miss Grey Fox. This file is crucial to my investigation. With it, we should leave before we're discovered.
Wait! Your mission might be accomplished, but mine isn't yet. The person who sent that false communication isn't anywhere on this list. The other usernames in the chat room are all on this list, but not this so-called cleric. And before the chat room was deleted, I managed to see a strange image in the chat log. That image hasn't come up in any of the files I've seen so far. It's hard to explain. Basically, it's like a circle with a pair of hands protecting a tree inside of it. Which means this room is far from the only secret hidden in their headquarters. We must be missing something. But we've already come this far. You want to know who your enemy is, don't you? Because I'm positive we're getting closer to the truth behind Cleric and that strange image, as well as the source of that fake communication.
I can't do that. I'm under orders to protect you, remember? My top priority now is getting you to safety.
Then stop wasting time and help me look around. We may have missed an important clue somewhere, like a strange object of some kind. Take a look at this, researcher.
I think You should take another look at this.
Eret? Why does it feel like I've heard that name somewhere before?
In Erot's journal, it says that his daughter loved playing the piano. Maybe he keeps it to remember her?
A piano? There's definitely something strange about it. Look, there's an extra cable sticking out from the back. Forget it. I shouldn't expect a researcher like you to understand pianos, I suppose. This is a bona fide Hadevice brand antique grand piano, worth at least 800,000 Norn, not just any run-of-the-mill keyboards. If my guess is right, that cable connects to some special devices, which means it has to be triggered by the piano itself. If his daughter really is Lucy Eret. This must be it, but I'll need some time to decipher it and confirm my hunch. Right now, though, I'm more intrigued by what's over there.
Are these containment vessels? When the Federation first discovered the existence of aberrants, they were extremely small in number. To conduct closer studies on them, they were captured and placed in these special tanks, where they could be observed in a living but dormant state. As the aberrant tide swelled beyond control, these sophisticated vessels became an unsustainable luxury. The Federation had no choice but to explore other methods to control the rising threat of the aberrants.
Lucy Eret. She was my classmate in piano lessons back in elementary school. One of my best friends back then. The music playing in the room right now is her favorite piece from class. I knew it was her as soon as I saw her name in the diary, but I didn't realize she had already turned into one of those things. Why? Why? Asurata mentioned you can cure the aberrants. Can you help Lucy too? She doesn't deserve to be like this. She should be in school, not... Is there really no other way? There must be more aberrants on Ida. So does this mean those you can't cure in time are destined to remain like this forever? If something like this ever happens to Anka, or the boss, or...
The reality reshaping program is humanity's last hope. If it succeeds, we'll cure every last aberrant and prevent any more of them from appearing ever again.
If that were the case, Blue Planet should be backing Kieran to the hilt. But from what you're saying, it seems like they're only trying to sabotage his efforts. I mean, does Eret have no desire to save his own family?
Agent Claudia, we have received your coordinates and are sending a strike team to raid Blue Planet's headquarters. The operation will begin in exactly 10 minutes. For your safety, please evacuate the premises along with any of your allies.
Copy that, dispatch.
An ambush? But what about Lucy and the others?
Don't worry. Aberrants are still citizens of Ida. The reality reshaping program has special protocols in place to ensure their safety and containment. The strike team will follow containment guidelines and secure the aberrants until they can be cured by the reality reshaping program.
The reality reshaping program. Can I be a part of it too? If he doesn't give me his permission, then I'll find my own way to save my friends. Remember to tell him that for me. Thank you, Agent Claudia.
Don't mention it. Assisting researchers is part of my duty.
Agent Claudia, a message from Secretary General Kieran. Operation Code SS7977.
Received, thank you. Researcher, I need you to come with me to the Tower of Fantasy. Yes.
Good luck saving the world, you two. I'll head back and decrypt this hard drive. Oh, wait. The old man's still after me. Sorry, researcher, but it looks like your place is my new base of operations, so leave your keys with me.
We can all go together. The Tower of Fantasy is more than equipped to ensure your safety. We can also provide you with the necessary resources to decipher that hard drive.
No way. If I use the gears there to decrypt this, I might as well hand over all my secrets on a silver platter. No thanks. I've learned my lesson. Unlike Anka, I don't keep repeating the same mistakes over and over. I'm only interested in joining the project to save Lucy, Anka, and the rest of my friends. It has nothing to do with wanting to serve the Federation or become one of its agents.
I understand. The Federation has safe houses ready in various locations to protect witnesses and exposed agents when necessary. They're perfectly safe and secure, and their contact with the Tower of Fantasy is kept at the lowest possible level to reduce the possibility of exposure.
Fine. I'll come along, but only because you helped me just now.
The address is...
I've already grabbed the safe house's location from your terminal, and it's definitely not on the way to the tower. I'm taking off now, but hey, good luck saving the world. Oh, and don't forget about our promise, researcher. Come on, Odie. Let's go see what Blue Planet is hiding from us.
Initiating follow mode. Agent Claudia, Secretary General Kieran is ready to see you. As per protocol, you'll need to undergo a special security check first.
Okay, I understand.
That won't be necessary. Please wait here for just a moment. Right this way, Agent Claudia.
What exactly is this special security check? How come I never heard about it during my orientation?
You're new, so you wouldn't know. It's a special protocol that only applies to Claudia, since she's different from other Federation agents. The Secretary General places a lot of trust in her.
Trust her? Then why is there a special check just for her?
You didn't let me finish. Secretary General Kieran had to make a special exception in order to appoint Claudia as a Federation agent. If it wasn't for his high level of trust in her, she would still be locked away right now.
What? You mean she's an ex-convict? This is just like in that movie, where they put together a team of elite criminals to handle an impossible mission.
You shouldn't waste your time watching so many movies, you know? Anyway, I was having drinks with one of the senior agents one night, and he told me that Claudia was augmented by a group of rogue scientists when she was a kid. They put her and a bunch of other children through some of the most brutal and illegal experiments. They were trying to turn them all into super soldiers, but something went wrong, and the kids went completely berserk. When they finally rescued her, she was practically feral. Took countless therapy sessions just to piece her mind back together. Then, out of nowhere, the Secretary General personally requested her as an agent.
So, the special security check.
Despite the Security Department's stark opposition, the Secretary General insisted on making Claudia a Federation agent. To ensure his safety, they developed a customized security process just for her. Whenever she goes to meet the Secretary General, the security captain on duty has to subject her to this special screening process. It's how they make sure her indicators are stable enough to approach the Secretary General without posing a threat to him.
I see. Has she ever attacked the Secretary General?
Not at all, but I heard that her adoptive parents went missing a while back, and that she couldn't find them despite her best efforts. The Secretary General even dispatched a team to search for them, but they didn't find a single clue.
Wow. You don't think she went crazy in her sleep one night and did something to them, do you?
Shh, she's back. Quick, pretend we're working.
It's all good. Let's go. Is there a problem?
Claudia told me about your history while she was undergoing her security check, which spared me the trouble of having to introduce you to each other. The hyperspace gate is ready to be activated. Tell me, how much do you know about the gate itself? Then we'll start with humanity's very first attempt at time retracement. In that groundbreaking experiment, we stumbled upon something extraordinary: the origin resonance. Yes. Essentially, when multiple towers of fantasy are running simultaneously, their omnium reactors will resonate with one another in a unique way, resulting in the manifestation of various space-time anomalies. And that's not all. The hyperspace gate emerged as an unexpected gift from that resonance. It pulled back the curtain on hyperspace itself, a realm we eagerly explored before the temporal anomalies began. But during the course of our exploration, we realized that the gate has a lifespan, so to speak. Whether it transports objects, information, or even living beings, the gate must consume a certain amount of energy to do so, which in turn shortens its lifespan. If this gate collapses, we'll need another origin resonance to find the next one. But here's the kicker. Nobody can predict what other doors we might accidentally open in the process. Good. To keep the gate's energy use at a bare minimum, Claudia will be staying here instead of entering hyperspace with you. We still have much to do with regard to our investigation into Blue Planet as well. We're counting on you, researcher. Before us lies the hyperspace gate, the highest achievement of current Omnium technology. Open the gate.
Activating the hyperspace gate. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The gate is now open.
She's currently helping the Defense Force in tracking down a Bastion-level Void entity, which has been a major obstacle for Odoric's containment efforts. These Void entities are getting bolder by the day. Our Defense Force is stretched thinner than ever, and even NEM's incredible powers are being pushed to their absolute limits. Once you get her out of hyperspace, take her to Smart City to complete the reality reshaping program. If our plan succeeds, we can finally end this long and bitter chapter of our history. Kieran will brief you on the Gesthos Smart City when you're out.
Commander Antoria, a Bastion-level Void entity has just been detected. The Void Girl is already in pursuit.
Understood. We're on our way. The Bastion-level ones are like magnets for other Void entities, drawing them in and growing stronger by the minute. With one lurking in Odoric's restoration zone, the temporal chaos there has spiraled completely out of control. Tracking this Void entity has been ongoing, and defeating it would greatly alleviate Odoric's aberration issues. I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like... We need to take her back to the outpost and... Stay back! Nem's signal is gone. This Bastion-level Void entity is different from anything we've ever seen. Its corrosive attacks appear to be powerful enough to adversely affect Nem. Calm down, Authorizer. I've alerted our forces to begin a search. As someone from outside the network, do you have any idea what might have happened to Nem? Where exactly did you see it? And what does it mean? So Nem's condition is somehow connected to an organization in the real world? The reason I asked you to activate the hyperspace gate and take Nem to the Gesthos Smart City is because I discovered that Nem has the power to control the Smart City's power. I'm not entirely sure where she found this power, but I'm certain that it's the key to carrying out the reality reshaping program. Hello? Yes. I see. Understood. Damn. Not Zatora. We just received word from our Zatora scouts. They've picked up Nem's signature. But something's wrong. The Void Entity. It's using her power to evolve itself into something we've never seen before. It's not that simple. Zatora's fallen deep into enemy territory. A wasteland crawling with Void entities. The real world Zatora? Probably makes hell look like a vacation spot. We've been trying to strike back at Zatora, but the timing was never right. But now, this thorn in our side has become a spear at our throat. The battle for Zatora is coming, and it'll be unlike anything in our history. The cost in lives. I can barely bring myself to think about it. But Nem's fate is tied to the fate of our world. Authorizer, get back to the surface layer and brief Secretary General Kieran. We need to launch a second time retracement, and he'll need your help to do it. In the meantime, the Defense Force will launch an all-out assault on Zatora. On my honor, I swear we'll rescue Nem from the Void entities before you start the time retracement in Smart City.
Welcome back, Commissioner. What did Antoria say? So it's come to this. I understand. I have complete faith in Antoria, so we'll do as she says. Captain Nola, here's your welcome back mission. Escort our commissioner to Gesthos Smart City. Consider this your official return to the Temporal Anomaly Response Force. However, I cannot grant your request to send you back into hyperspace to fight alongside your old unit. I'm sorry. To save all of humanity, we must focus on the second time retracement, which is part of the restoration phase of the reality reshaping program. The Gesthos Smart City is capable of activating every single tower of fantasy in the world to produce the Origin Resonance phenomenon, which is the final step of the reality reshaping program. Let me be clear. The Temporal Anomaly Response Force exists to complete the reality reshaping program, whatever it takes. Fighting Void entities is just one piece of the puzzle. I understand your desire to return to the front lines with your precious comrades. But if you really want to help them, then please lend your strength to Claudia and escort the Commissioner to the Gesthos Smart City. There, you must assist Authorizer 968, codenamed Pippin, with launching the second global time retracement. This is the ultimate mission of the Temporal Anomaly Response Force. Of course. Do you still have any objections to this mission? Then I'll begin planning the details of your mission to the Smart City shortly. In the meantime, make all the preparations you need to leave at a moment's notice. She's still just a minor, isn't she? I see. As a special commissioner directly appointed by me, you have full authority to execute the mission however you see fit. If you see this person as a valuable asset to the mission, then I have no reason to object. If you believe Aglia Todd's talents are indispensable, then let's have her on board. You have the full discretion regarding her role in the operation.
I wasn't calling for you. I just wanted to know how the researcher and the others were doing, or if they had run into any danger. The Reshaping Reality Project. Will it really turn Lucy and the others back to their original forms? If everybody else ends up like them.
The researcher and Claudia are on their way to the Tower of Fantasy to meet with Secretary General Kieran.
Oh, wow. Decrypting this hard drive is using up a lot more computing power than I expected. Hang in there, Odie. I know that Tower of Fantasy's AI could easily do the job, but I just can't trust them as easily as the researcher trusts them. I was so excited to finally have another bright mind on the team, but it didn't take long for Anka to drag his IQ down to her level. As for Mia, I know she's cute and all, but you're not allowed to copy her in any way, Odie, especially not her way of talking. Mia is actually a wonderful little smart servant, but her speech module seems to be faulty. Maybe I could remove yours and make a copy of it for her. I guess the first step would be to see if your modules are even compatible.
Master, I strongly suggest taking me to a professional mechanic for maintenance. Please refrain from attempting my repairs on your own.
Upset that I'm not the best at repairing hardware? Sorry, but unlike Anka and the boss, I've never been great at fighting or throwing random parts together. And unlike the researcher, I don't understand enough about Omnium technology to save the aberrants of the world. My father believes I became a hacker just to spite him. As for my brother and my mother, well, if she was still alive, I'm sure she'd be disappointed in how I turned out.
My master is the greatest hacker in all of Ada.
If I really wanted to live up to her expectations, I'd be competing in all kinds of piano competitions right now. But instead, I still remember myself in that video. I was even smaller than you back then, Odie, sitting in her lap, drooling and humming along as she played the piano. She was so happy to hear it that she started teaching me how to play scales. She was convinced that I had music in my blood just like her, and that I'd become a master pianist someday. But now, after working so hard for so long, I can't help but wonder if I'm doing the right thing. Huh?
Decryption complete.
Most of the data on the hard drive was completely destroyed, so I couldn't restore it. I did manage to restore a single message in an image, though. Take a look. Glad it helps. I just wish it revealed who this cleric person really is. But I guess this is all I can do for now. Then you'd better get going, or else it'll all be for nothing. Which reminds me, you still remember our promise, right? You didn't actually get brainwashed by Dewey's training, did you? Never mind. Do you have anything else for me to do? Then it's back to being useless for me. Great. Ugh, it's like being the helpless main character in a cliché teen drama. All I can do is rely on others to support me. You're saying I look helpless? What exactly are you trying to say? Did you mean to say a pianist? OD-777, check the communications log!
Accessing communication log. Sent one message to the researcher 17 minutes ago. Started a call with the researcher 22 minutes ago. Sent 57 messages to Acerata Todd today at 10 a.m.
OD-777, shut down! Did you record it?
Please watch over me. Please watch over me.
I can't be wrong. It was you. My sweetheart! I will avenge you! This can't be...
A suppressor? What's that? Where did you come across something like this? So Blue Planet was able to develop something like this, huh? Understood. I'll report all of this to Secretary General Kieran right away. Thank Understood, Secretary General. Given the list of names we found in Blue Planet's hideout, as well as the recent assassination attempt against the Secretary General, the security force deemed their organization too dangerous to ignore. Naturally, the order was given to crack down on all of their operations. As for this cleric person you're so concerned about, considering his connection to the blueprints you found, as well as the fact that Blue Planet was actively recruiting new members at the time, we suspect that the cleric is a recent addition to their research team. Nothing at all. But after conferring with Miss Aglia, we both agree that the hit squad's infiltration of the Smart City was orchestrated by none other than the cleric. But we might have been looking at this all wrong. If the cleric isn't on that list, it's not because he's new. It's because he outranks even Erot in their hierarchy. I'm afraid it goes even further than that. The hit squad's flawless takeover of the Smart City must have had something to do with him as well. The crackdown operations were meant to ensure Secretary General Kieran's safety, but it seems they've had the opposite effect. The control center, the very core of the Smart City. Only authorizers can access its systems, but once inside, they can gain full control of every tower of fantasy on the planet. I fear just the opposite. Blue Planet believes humanity was never meant to harness Omnium, so they must be aiming to destroy every tower, cutting us off from Mara's power forever. Then everything would fall apart. The Secretary General's reality reshaping program, our defense force trapped in hyperspace, and all of Ida consumed by the aberrations. Correct, but until we get there, it falls on Pippin to stop them. Our mission will be to foil Blue Planet's schemes, rescue Authorizer 968, and successfully launch the Rewind. As a precaution, we will also be escorting another person into the Smart City, Authorizer 304, Kalpa.
It's too late for regrets now, researcher. We'll be waiting at the entrance to the Smart City. I didn't spy on anyone, for your information. Claudia started a conference call to explain the details of the mission, and I just happened to be here.
I understand your concerns, Commissioner, but our intel suggests that Blue Planet is using a new type of virus to maintain control of the Smart City's defenses and communications. If we want to safely carry out our mission and restore the city's functionality, we'll need Grey Fox's technological expertise.
Also worth mentioning is that I provided that information to the Federation with the help of a certain Tower of Fantasy employee. As you can see, my involvement in the mission isn't up for debate anymore. No need to worry there. She's pulling double shifts at the suppressor facility. 16 hours a day, helping with production. She barely has time to breathe, let alone get involved in this. That's right. Because suppressor production requires the use of Omnium, there's an increased chance of aberration. As a result, factory workers are given higher priority for suppressor distribution. The same goes for Roslyn, along with any other public security officers who are involved in the aberrant incidents. They've all been given suppressors too.
A pleasure to meet you. I am Authorizer 304, but you can call me Kalpa. I work as a filing clerk for the Defense Forces Case Management Department. Then it seems you don't fully understand the role. After Gestos was upgraded using Omnium technology, control procedures became both overly complex and grossly inefficient. After several experiments, we found that the human brain was the best solution to this dilemma. By establishing a cybernetic link with Gestos, the human brain's commands can be translated into the system's language and executed with extremely high efficiency. However, there aren't many people who are capable of establishing such a powerful link, and the process itself puts a tremendous strain on the user. For this reason, Hykros carried out a large-scale screening of every single worker in the Federation. First authorizers? So there were others before? It's true that research personnel make up only a small portion of authorizers, but... You're a Hykros researcher, no? I remember seeing your file some time ago. Despite your superior intelligence, your constitution is somewhat lacking, and you have a history of hospitalization secondary to illness. In any case, while it may seem as though brain power is the only thing required for the cybernetic link, a person's body and mind are inextricably connected. Any burdens experienced by the brain will be ultimately reflected on the body.
Take my brother, for example. 2 years ago, he suffered from severe body pain and insomnia, and couldn't hold down food without throwing it back up. The doctors said that the source of his illness was in his mind. I believe they called it somatization.
That's one way to understand it, I suppose. In any case, authorizer candidates were pulled from various fields. Many are determined soldiers with combat experience, while researchers like yourself make up the smallest portion of candidates. You'd be wise not to underestimate filing clerks like me. Our work may sound insignificant, but we come across top-secret knowledge more often than we like. Like the candidacy process for authorizers, for instance. We're not supposed to know about any of it. But because our group of clerks is so close-knit, we tend to discuss enough information to piece things together. No, not at all. I'm just demonstrating how effective we clerks can be when we work together. After all, it was our network that helped Miss Nola find documents related to her missing past. I have no doubt about that. I've seen your file too. But Pippin, after reviewing his records, I discovered he was just an ordinary person who got lucky during screening. That's what concerns me.
A safe route has been established. Prepare to enter the smart city. And as an added precaution, I brought T5 suppressors for everyone. Please take one before we begin.
Agent Claudia, you're finally here. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is William, and I'm the director of the Gestos Smart City.
Hello, Director William. Could you please apprise us of the situation in the city?
Certainly. Late last night, a team of Blue Planet agents infiltrated the city and kidnapped Authorizer Pippin before quickly descending into the middle level. Aside from the shock of the ordeal, the workers on the upper level are relatively unharmed. But our biggest problem is that Blue Planet's taken full control of the defense and communication systems. Last night, Security Chief Jay spent 4 grueling hours just carving out a safe path for your arrival after it happened.
Where is the security chief right now?
After reporting Blue Planet's infiltration, he said he needed to ascertain the situation within the Smart City. Shortly afterward, he led a small crew of workers deeper into the city, but the communication jam prevented us from contacting them. I'm afraid not. Under normal circumstances, the Smart City's security system will respond to any attempted breach. Not only did it fail to alert us last night, but our security droids had gone completely out of control. It seems Blue Planet's attack on the city involves reprogramming our droids to ignore one of the 3 laws of robotics, to avoid harming humans at all costs. The problem is, we have no idea how they managed to accomplish this.
It's very likely, but we won't know for sure until I get my hands on a server or a droid and analyze it.
We have a number of low-functioning droids built from spare parts here in the city. They've never been connected to the security system, so Chief Jay assigned them to protect the staff on the upper level. He worries that they'll turn against us the moment they connect to the security system, but without any orders, these droids are severely limited in their functionality. When Chief Jay approached the 2nd level, he was attacked by our own security droids. I'm worried for his safety as well as the safety of the other workers. Please, you must help us get them out of there.
You don't have to worry about that right now, Commissioner. Our main objective is to clear a path to Blue Planet's position and stop them. As we push further into the city, additional Federation agents will follow behind to evacuate any personnel they encounter. Rest assured, Director William, we won't stop until every last Smart City worker is safe.
I can't thank you enough for this. Am I mistaken, or is something flying towards us?
This passage connects the upper and middle levels. We'll have to keep pressing onward if we want to find Blue Planet.
Help! Someone please save us!
Hey, Did you guys hear some—
We're over here! Please!
Oh, thank goodness my name is Hart and I'm trapped in here with Forrest, another one of my
There should be an emergency lock override on your side. The passcode is 4090. There should be an emergency lock override on your side. The passcode is 4090. Oh, we owe you our lives. If you hadn't found us when you did, we would have starved to death in this place.
The two of us were up all night running tests, and we didn't call it quits until early morning. We're roommates, you see, so we were gonna call a cab once we clocked out. But then...
we got ambushed and taken hostage by a couple of Blue Planet thugs. They stole our cards and forced us to bring them into the Smart City. We thought we were being clever, leading them to this lab where we could trap them behind the security door while calling for backup. Never dreamed they'd end up turning the tables on us.
Not only that, but they also took away a mechanic from the Smart City named Pippin.
It's all our fault. We could have saved him if we didn't screw everything up.
Don't worry, we'll make sure Pippin stays safe. Right?
Okay, when they captured us, they demanded that we give them access to any confidential files related to the Smart Cities. We lied to them, and told them that those files could only be accessed with our work cards, and only through the computer in this lab. We tricked them into bringing us here and gave them a long and convoluted password to input into the computer. While they were distracted, we set off the fire alarm outside the door to initiate an emergency lockdown of the lab.
Since they weren't Smart City employees like us, they shouldn't have been able to disable the lock. But after about a minute or so, they managed to unlock the door somehow and threw us both in here. Afterward, they busted the emergency override panel in the lab and left with our workers' cards. Since we had already clocked out last night, we were worried no one would notice our absence until it was too late.
Thank you so much.
Wait, I almost forgot. When they brought us in here, they used the lab's computer to access several top-secret files, some of which were even beyond our security clearance. I don't know how they managed to gain that level of access, but whatever they're looking for must be really important.
Pippin? Nah, they already had him by the time they dragged us over here. In fact, it was Pippin who came up with the idea of using the fire alarm to trap them in the lab.
That's right, they were after something specific and it wasn't Pippin. If I remember correctly, they mentioned something about perfect authorization, but I was too scared and too far away to hear them clearly.
Why don't we take a look and find out? If they used this computer earlier, I should be able to see what they were searching for.
I'm worried that Blue Planet is controlling more than the city's security droids right now. Nola and I will guard the door while the rest...
None at all. I've never heard of anything like that.
Hey, researcher. There's something I think you should know. Odie just finished analyzing this computer's search queries. After using Hart and Forrest's worker cards to log into Smart City's network, Blue Planet was able to modify the security clearance assigned to their cards. This all but confirms that they're using that new computer virus, but something tells me this virus will be a lot harder to deal with than I anticipated. It's how should I put it? Completely unprecedented. It's not just that. I don't think any other human has seen anything like it before, either.
So, basically a new virus, right?
It's not that simple. Think of it this way. No matter how advanced a computer virus might be, it still has to follow basic coding principles, just like how scientific breakthroughs can't ignore fundamental laws of nature. But this virus, it's something else entirely. It doesn't just bypass our security. It tears through every firewall like tissue paper. And it gets worse. It's actually learning from the security systems it destroys, growing stronger with each breakthrough. Almost like... Yes, exactly! It's too early to assume anything, but I remember Claudia mentioning that the second level of the city houses its servers. If we can secure access to one of them, I'm sure we could learn a lot more about the virus.
Must be Jay, the security chief who first discovered Blue Planet's invasion of the Smart City. Let's hurry. Greetings, I'm Agent Claudia, an investigator for the Federation. And this is Commissioner, as well as his 2 squad mates.
Nice to meet you, Agent Claudia. My name's Jay, and I'm the security chief of the Gestos Smart City. My team and I were the first ones to report Blue Planet's infiltration of the city.
Thank you for your effort. We were able to enter the Smart City and get here thanks to your information. It must have been quite the challenge for you to make it all the way here.
We're just doing our job, ma'am. I just wish the city wasn't so reliant on the security droids in the first place, or else Blue Planet wouldn't have gotten away with this. My worker's card is no good now, so we can't use it to access the walkway into the middle level. There are other ways to get down there, like the loading docks and ventilation shafts, but they're all being heavily guarded by our droids. Absolutely not. Look, the Smart City might be built to withstand nature's worst, earthquakes, tsunamis, you name it. But we're talking about the very core of the city here. An explosion might damage one of our server clusters or their cooling systems, which could have devastating results for the rest of the Smart City. Well, we can either try to defeat every single droid on this level of the city or restore my card's authorization.
Let me see your worker's card. What, you don't trust my skills? Sure, full access is locked tight, but temporarily enabling them is no problem for me. Got it working. I can hack us a 2-minute window each time. Just enough to get his card up and running without Blue Planet noticing.
I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Blue Planet is using our emergency protocols to block gates all throughout the city. Even with access privileges, you'll need to manually operate some of those gates to open them. Not only that, but the main gates will be heavily guarded by droids as well.
Blue Planet now has full control of the Smart City. If we try to wrestle it back from them, the droids will find us before we make any meaningful progress. Think about it. They must have a ton of droids guarding all those ventilation shafts. The main gate might be our best bet. It's the quickest route, and they probably won't expect us to be so bold. Nola and I can handle whatever resistance we encounter.
But I'm just pushing papers all day. What could I possibly do to help? That's all well and good, but what if I accidentally shoot one of you instead? All right.
We can help out too.
I understand your concern and appreciate your enthusiasm, but we're very likely to encounter Blue Planet's agents down there. I promised Director William that I would ensure the safety of every worker in the Smart City, including all of you. That's why we have to finish the rest of our mission by ourselves.
The layout of the city gets a lot more complicated down there. Perhaps I should guide you while they return to safety.
Don't worry about us, Chief Jay. We came fully prepared. Trust me, we're more than equipped to handle whatever comes our way.
You feds really know your stuff. Guess I'd just be dead weight if I stuck around, right? Understood. Stay on your guard down there. And just so you know, it seems Blue Planet also kidnapped 2 other researchers along with Pippin. I only found out about it after I made my report to the Federation, so it wasn't included. Yes, you know those 2? Really appreciate all of you. I'll head out now. Just make sure you all return safely.
Hold on a second, all of you. What Odie and I did just now was nothing more than a test. If we seriously want to use this card to open the gate, I'll have to do it from this computer.
According to the map, there's a laboratory and a mechanical room up ahead. The mechanical room should be where the gate's manual controls are located, so let's go to the lab first.
This computer will do. However, I'll only be able to restore the card's privileges for 2 minutes at a time, or else it'll be too easy for Blue Planet's virus to target us. Go to the mechanical room and find the status light. Wait for it to change from red to green, then you're good to go.
And with communications completely disabled, we have no way of spreading out to search either.
I hate flying blind like this. Listen, researcher. If you trust me, give me some time. I'll find a way to wrestle control of this city back from them. To be honest, I'm not sure I could do it with just my skills alone. But before I got here, Gestos warned me that he had dealt with a Blue Planet cyber attack in the past. That's right. And even he wasn't able to deal with it quickly. In the end, he had to separate every single server in the affected cluster and carefully research every one of them. Something on your mind? Anyway, the isolated server cluster is somewhere on this level, and Gestos already passed on all of his virus research to me. If we can track down those isolated servers and purge the virus from them, we might just have our foothold for taking back control of the entire smart city. I was feeling pretty confident until I saw what their virus could do. At this point, I'd give it 60-40 odds.
Agreed. Taking back control of the city's systems would completely flip the situation in our favor.
Why are there two rooms here?
I'll take the one on the right then.
I'll go with you. We'll be safer this way.
These servers aren't the ones we're looking for at all.
I think I...
We got ambushed by Blue Planet just now. While I was holding them off, one of them started charging towards Kalpa. In her panic, she aimed at him and pulled the trigger.
I had no idea it would keep firing like that. When I pulled the trigger, he... Oh god. I didn't kill Pippin, did I?
Thank goodness. I saw a picture of Pippin earlier, and this doesn't appear to be him. So then, who is this person? There isn't a name on his keycard either.
Sir Cleric, we've reached the doorway to the 3rd level. We heard a gunshot just now. Is everything all right? Were you able to secure the new authorizer?
Let go of me! You... people. What have you done with Pippin? Even if you manage to kill us, the entire Federation will be here any minute now.
Yes, the ambush went exactly as planned.
Answer the question. What have you done to him?
We didn't touch him. He brought this on himself, so I'd suggest you do exactly as Sir Cleric says, or else.
Huh? Why did you cut them off? We still don't know what happened to Pippin.
The Commissioner is right. If they went through all this trouble to set up an ambush for you, it probably means Pippin fought back and... Well, that's why they're desperate for a new authorizer now.
Does that answer your question? I thought it was strange when you listened in on my conversation with him last time, so I ran a diagnostic scan on Odie afterward. I didn't find anything wrong, but that only made me even more suspicious. You see, I run diagnostics on Odie constantly. There's no way they should come back perfect. Unless someone's been covering their tracks by wiping Odie's error logs. My thoughts exactly. I haven't been able to pinpoint the specifics on how Odie was accessed, but now, after seeing how Blue Planet managed to take control of the Smart City, I'm starting to notice some similarities. Bingo. When Odie accidentally tried to contact you, the virus must have made its move. If my hunch is correct, the Cleric had been keeping an eye on us the entire time.
That would explain how they knew to ambush us here.
Makes sense. Keeping his contacts separate and his identity hidden was always the Cleric's style. I bet he was the only one with access to Odie's surveillance systems. Before we came here, I actually installed Gesthos' experimental antivirus on Odie. I wanted to see if his research was as groundbreaking as he claimed. And as it turns out, this Gesthos guy might have an ego to match his handle, but his cybersecurity skills are truly something else. Shouldn't be a problem at all. I just need some time here. Once I get these servers up and running, they'll give Odie all the computing power we need. By the time you reach that control center, Blue Planet won't even know what hit them.
What's that on the ground?
It's blood, and it seems to be going in that direction. But whose blood could it be? Look, it's Pippin. It's not too late, Commissioner. He still has a pulse, albeit a weak one. He needs immediate medical attention, so please stand aside.
Give it up, you criminals! My irises are already too damaged for eye recognition, which means you'll never get access to the control center. Secretary General Kieran will... Secretary General? Who are you?
I'm Claudia, an agent of the Federation. It's good to see you alive, Authorizer Pippin.
Claudia? I've heard of you before. You're the Secretary General's most trusted investigator.
That's right, and this is Authorizer 304, and the Secretary General's Commissioner. My orders are to escort them to the control center so that they can initiate a time rewind.
Is it because of Blue Planet? They're looking for something called the Perfect Authorizer's Key, but I've never heard of anything like that. Or a Perfect Authorizer, for that matter. They kidnapped me and told me to lead them to this key, but I had no idea what they were talking about. Afterwards, some guy they called the Cleric ordered them to take me to the control center. They wanted me to shut down every single Tower of Fantasy on Ida. But even I know how hard it would be to reactivate them if that happened, so I refused to comply. I tried to run away, but they caught me again and dragged me all the way to the control center's entrance. Yes, I made certain of that when I blinded myself with a screwdriver. Those doors only open to authorized iris scans. There's no other way through. I did. And once their leader saw that I was useless to them, he took the screwdriver out of my hands and stabbed me with it before leaving me to die here. You need to find them right away. They may not be able to access the control center, but they're still a bunch of bloodthirsty maniacs who don't care if they live or die. They brought plenty of poison and explosives with them. If they don't find a way into the control center soon, they may try to destroy the entire city by blowing up the middle level, along with themselves.
Wait, how did you know they brought poison? Why would they need it?
When I was still their hostage, they fed me some kind of drug saying that I would die a painful death if I didn't comply.
Jesus. Does that mean you're...
I counted 5, but I only ever heard the cleric's voice through their communication devices. He sounded like a calm and rational man.
Are you sure about this, Commissioner? If they're as desperate as Pippin claims...
I'm no longer fit to be an authorizer now. Even if I survive, I'll just be a blind man. Don't waste precious resources and time on me.
Understood. I leave the rest in your hands, Commissioner.
Wait, here. Take this. It's my authorizer terminal. It has all of my maintenance logs from working in the Smart City. Maybe it'll be of use to you.
They're coming right at us! This place... something about it feels different. Wait, are you saying we're in hyperspace right now?
Authorization successful.
The Smart City's control center. Oh, we finally made it. What should we do now? What about you? Are you just going to leave me here? Can't I just come with you instead? Besides, we're deep underground right now. How are you supposed to find your friend from down here? All right. 1 hour, that's all. The Federation backup will be here then, and if you're not back, I'm starting the rewind with or without you.
Researcher! Researcher! Do you copy? Of course! The Smart City's communications are under our control now, but unfortunately, that's all I'm able to do right now. How are things going down there? Glad to hear it.
We got it wrong, Commissioner. It wasn't poison they made Pippin swallow. It was a mini bomb with a timer. And it just went off. I'm fine. My body was strong enough to survive the explosion with minimal injuries. But poor Pippin. What worries me now is there might be more timed explosives hidden throughout Smart City. Understood, Commissioner. We're all counting on you.
Hold it right there, Researcher. If you think you can just boss me around, at least let me finish what I have to say. Anka says she misses everyone, and that it's been too long since we last saw each other. She's getting off work early today, and wants to meet us at the Star Isle Hotel tonight at 9 o'clock. No exceptions! Oh, and one last thing. Gestos asked me to pass on a message to you. Don't forget your identity.
And I thought you said you were going to look for Void Piercer, so why are you already back? Oh, isn't it obvious? We're cut from the same cloth. Both authorizers, you and I. Though not for long. I'm about to transcend our little club and become the world's first perfect authorizer. I told you before, didn't I? Clerks like me should never be underestimated. Our work may sound insignificant, but we come across top-secret knowledge more often than we like, including the hidden source code for creating a perfect authorizer. We've waited 50 years for this moment. Huh? Wait, how can this be? No! No!
Listen, I'm in Satora. Nem's situation is complicated. Get here fast. Without her, this whole rewind attempt is doomed. Just don't do anything until you reach us. Then how are we able to communicate right now? Then it's probably working exactly like a remodeling tower now. These things can teleport you around. I've already sent you everything you need to know, coordinates and all. This is the Xena district of Satora, which is where Nem's signal is coming from. We paid a terrible price to surround this place. The Void entities have hijacked Nem, using her power to grow stronger. We'll never free Satora from this temporal nightmare until we break their hold on her. Before I answer that, I'm curious. What's your own impression of her? All of this happened after she became Nemesis. I'm talking about before. The Federation had a secret plan for their reality reshaping program. They slipped a new core into Gestos. Code that could trigger Origin resonance. But afterward, unbeknownst to everyone involved in the project, the source code developed its own sentience. That was how Void Piercer came to be. You see, this AI evolves by absorbing and processing information from the outside world. And most of what shaped her came from your experiences. Yours and Shirley's. Your memories became her foundation. In other words, your pasts are what gave rise to her present state. For that reason, she sees both of you as being very important to her.
Commander, we're detecting massive energy levels emanating from the Void Girl's position. It looks like she's awakening from her dormant state.
Understood. Tell the other divisions to follow the original plan. As for us, prepare to engage the Void Girl in battle.
Roger that, Commander.
Come on, Authorizer. Nem's waiting for us to finish this once and for all. And don't worry, once it's over, I'll tell you everything you want to know about me. We couldn't stop the catastrophe. Now our beloved home lies in ruins, broken beyond recognition. But if we get one chance, just one shot at making things right, we'll give it everything we've got. The past may be set in stone, but the future? That's still ours to shape. Let's go, Authorizer. You know, on my first day of elementary school, there was this sweet teacher at the gate. She taught me this little circle gesture. Said it would bring me luck in my studies. Let's go.
I see you finally found this place.
Who are you? Are you responsible for all of this? Stop hiding like a trapped rat. Come out of Nem's body and face me!
The divine will cannot be defied. This world shall become the ultimate offering to his supreme glory.
Look out, Authorizer! Entity's grip on Nem keeps getting stronger. She's showing more signs of aberration now.
Struggle all you want. Her power serves the Lord now. You're finished. Your arrogance ends here. Suffer for your insolence. Always been victorious, and always will be! This ends now! Watch as your precious world crumble before his unstoppable might! The Lord is hope incarnate! The future belongs to him! I'll be the to destroy. They're so amazing. I'd give anything to join their adventure. Now that I have a name, maybe they'll let me join them? They have to, right? Those two mean everything to me. Just imagine if they called me Nem. We'd be like real friends. If I hadn't been involved, would Shirley still be herself now? I'm sorry, Shirley. It's my fault that this happened to you.
Even if it means exposing yourself, they might see you as their enemy and even wage war against you just to erase your existence.
I don't care. I'm not scared.
If you've made up your mind, then I'll do everything I can to support you.
Thank you, number 8. The world is already lost, and now you've dragged Shirley and the Authorizer into this mess. What happens if the virus corrupts their consciousness data? Could you live with yourself if they turned? That won't happen! I'll protect them. I won't let them get involved. And I won't let the alteration virus harm them, even if it costs me my life.
The Lord can restore her mortal form and breathe life back into her humanity. She need not suffer in this prison of cold steel any longer. By pledging ourselves to the Lord, we can forge a perfect world where you, the Authorizer, and Shirley will find true happiness.
Can we really do that?
Of course, my child.
Against absolute authority. Power that transcends all. None shall stand against his will. Who?
the seat of dreams, we'll break free from the ground. And I long to reach the light. The world is finally to be found. The seat of dreams struggles through the crowds in this drenching pouring rain.
Thank you. I'll protect you no matter what.
Don't worry. She just needs some time to adjust to her new vessel. You came into someone's home without knowing who owns it? How amusing. That's right. I was the one who caught Gray Fox hacking into the Tower of Fantasy and told her to remind you of your identity. Thank you so much for your help, Authorizer. I'm so sorry for everything you've been through. I never meant to send you on such a wild chase. The virus kept me from reaching out directly. It wasn't until Gray Fox tried to access the tower's network that I finally found a way through to you. Since the year 2660, after Kieran launched the reality reshaping program, he began screening potential authorizers. During their rotation, one of them infected my network with the alteration virus that crippled my functions. Despite my best efforts to isolate the infected servers and preserve this alteration virus was something else entirely. It tore through my or nothing. I calculated every possibility of saving myself. Unfortunately, I found that I could only trust one person, Antoria. Antoria was the first perfect authorizer to ever exist, and continues to be even now. The cybernetic link between us is capable of reaching 100% compatibility. An authorizer's compatibility determines the degree to which they can share their thoughts with me, and vice versa. The lower it is, the greater the burden placed on them through our cybernetic link. A perfect authorizer, however, can achieve 100% compatibility with me, thereby eliminating the burden altogether. In that perfect connection, there are no boundaries between us. My circuits sing in harmony with her neurons, two consciousnesses flowing as one. Her thoughts are my thoughts, her knowledge my knowledge. At the time, the temporal anomalies had already begun. The two of us agreed that the anomalies and the virus within me were not mere coincidences, so I dedicated all of my computing power to look for a solution. Even as a being of artificial intelligence, I had no way of fully knowing how my calculations would play out. Still, I was certain that I had found a working solution. I'm not exactly sure. As a quantum supercomputer powered and augmented by Omnium, I believe I am nearly omniscient by human definition. As I was defending myself against the virus, I was using all of my knowledge and computing power to search for a solution. In the process, I created the world in which you find yourself now. In the end, I found only two seemingly disparate clues, but they guided me toward the ultimate solution nonetheless. The first was that Antoria had to enter hyperspace. The second was that you needed to become the next perfect authorizer. The rest of the circumstances surrounding these two conditions remained a mystery to me. Shortly afterward, the temporal anomalies grew more violent, and the virus threatened to fully consume me. I had no choice but to hide myself here and watch helplessly as these events unfolded. She was part of Antoria's plan. Before entering hyperspace, she asked me to replicate my source code and give it to her. Until you appeared, I had no idea what she was thinking or doing. Void Piercer was fortunate to have met you and Shirley, but she's still too young. She'll need plenty of guidance from both of you in the future. Once the backup restoration is completed, Void Piercer will take my place here on Ada. This virtual version of Ada corresponds to my very last uninfected server, and the Smart City serves as both my hiding place and my command center. The reality reshaping program you've dedicated yourself to was my way of revealing the bitter truth of our history. I wove my backup restoration protocols into what you know as the regression. I still have a few things left to teach her, so I must ask you to wait just a little while longer. I know things haven't been easy for you, especially since you're not a perfect authorizer yet. And for that, I apologize. You may learn more by asking the only perfect authorizer in existence, don't you think? The data shows that you're nearly at your limit, and staying here any longer will pose a significant threat to your safety. For now, return to your friends and show them that you're alive and well.
You're finally here, researcher. Is this really your first order of business as the new boss? Oh, stop fussing. Everything worked out fine. And anyway, what about you? Planning to make Kylo your permanent home or something?
I didn't expect the researcher to have some real skills.
Public Security Officer Carroll reporting in.
Have you seen the #1 trending search on Echo? Apparently, Secretary General Kieran will be hosting an emergency press conference tonight at 10 p.m. to address the public controversy surrounding Omnium research.
It was your plan that saved the world, sir. I'm sure the public will understand.
You're really pretty.
Yes, during its return, the Asher encountered an unidentified flying object, causing half of the cabin to disappear, along with a little girl named Carrot. I know we've had our differences concerning Gestos and the use of Omnium, but this child has nothing to do with any of it. Yes, the ship's final distress signal came from Asperia. Thanks.
Authorization success.
The Gestos system is mostly back up and running.
Apart from 2 separate servers set aside for studying and preserving the alteration virus, the network is now virus-free. I've tried to help you track Shirley, but there's no trace of any data source in the foundational layer. In other words, Shirley isn't there right now.
Where's Shirley gone? Is it possible she's in the surface layer now?
That's what I'm thinking. After you resolved the Gestos crisis, the system's foundation categorized and transferred Shirley's data to the surface layer so it could be fully restored. Shirley isn't like you. She entered the network because of the Void Piercer, and doesn't have the Authorizer Auth, nor the Authorizer's terminal. That means she can't leave the surface layer on her own.
So you're saying that if I find her and use my Authorizer's terminal to disconnect her from the network's world, she'll regain consciousness?
Very good. I actually tried to enter the surface layer to search for her, but for some reason, I was denied access. It looks like you might be the only one who can get in now.
Thank you, Plotty. I've got this from here. I'll find Shirley. But the network's world is vast. Where could Shirley possibly be?
Child Safety Handbook, Chapter 3, Rule 1. If a child is missing, report it right away. The nearest officer will help you search the city's surveillance system.
Well, that could work, but Shirley isn't part of the network, and she doesn't have a fake researcher persona made by Plotty like I do. I doubt the citizen system here has any record of her.
Mia has no options remaining.
You just reminded me. Even if I can't get Rosalind's help, I'm from Wednesday.
Mia does not understand you.
Have you forgotten? Wednesday has the most brilliant hacker in all of Ida, Grey Fox. As long as Shirley's in the surface layer, Grey Fox will definitely find a way to track her down.
Understood. Mia is navigating to Odin's Tavern.
Every drink in our bar has its own story. Since you're new here, why not start with some of our classics, like the Hammer of Thor or Tear's Edge?
I don't want either of those.
Huh? What do you want then? How about my special recommendation, the Rainbow Bridge?
I'll have a Gungnir, please.
It seems you came prepared. But I must warn you, this is a very strong drink.
It's also a drink? I thought it was a code phrase for the bartender when someone wants to see Wednesday.
Can you just follow the script, please? I promise you'll get to see Wednesday. Just let me finish what I've got to say first. I practiced this for ages. All right, listen carefully. Gungnir, the Spear of Destiny, is Odin's weapon. And when it's thrown, it never misses its mark. In the mythology of humanity's home planet, they say a shooting star is actually Gungnir being thrown. That's why humans make wishes when they see one. So, since you've ordered a Gungnir, please make your wish.
I wish Wednesday can help me find my dog. It ran out of the door yesterday when I opened it for the delivery, and I couldn't catch it.
Lost your dog, huh? Piece of cake. Just give me a photo and I promise we'll find it within 24 hours.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
Hey, look who it is! No need for introductions. What can I get you to drink?
Seeing others ordering Gungnirs here really takes me back. When I first came here to ask Bagus for a drink, I never thought I'd end up being a member of Wednesday. Oh yeah, where's Bagus today? I can't believe he still trusts you to manage the tavern. Isn't he worried you'll break more cups?
Don't even talk about him! Bagus is such a swindler. He's always trying to exploit me for free labor.
Huh?
I have no idea how he managed to get Odin's Tavern onto the list of social work service hours. He said I'd broken too many cups before, so I had to make it up to him. Then he packed his bags, said he was going on a trip, and left me here to work my butt off.
That's not so bad, is it? I mean, if you've got to do your social work somewhere, Odin's Tavern is certainly a cozy option.
I guess. Odin's Tavern is often open at night, too, so I get double pay. That means I might be free sooner than I thought. You haven't ordered yet.
I didn't come here for a drink. I'm looking for Grey Fox. Is she around?
Haven't you guys already arranged a meetup? She's been waiting for you at the usual spot, you know. Oh, and don't forget the dog photo.
Hi, Grey Fox. A guest just dropped off this photo, saying it's of their lost dog. Anka asked me to give it to you. Also, Anka mentioned you were waiting for me?
Finding the dog will be a piece of cake. Just leave it to 7. As for you, I'm guessing you're here to ask about Shirley, right?
Do you know where she is? Wait, do you even know Shirley?
I know Shirley. And I know that neither of you belong here. To you, I'm just a piece of data.
Data? Is that what Gesthos told you? I don't know exactly what he said, but I've never regarded our Wednesday friends as just data. You're all just as real to me as anyone in the outside world, my friends. Everything we've been through together isn't just fiction to me.
Do your people feel the same way as you do?
Do you mean Plotty?
Plotty? Is that someone you know in that world? Never mind. It doesn't matter to me. We won't be meeting anytime soon, anyway.
If you wish to meet, it's possible. Plotty can come here just like I can. We call this an auth.
Okay, so you can access the network as an authorizer who forms a cybernetic link with Gesthos. I figured this out when we first entered the Smart City. But that's not what I'm talking about.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Gesthos gave me the green light. Here on Ida, the network simulated planet, I'm the world's gatekeeper, ID Heimdall. Your team can only enter the network simulated world of Ida with my permission.
But you just said you wouldn't meet with Plotty. So does that mean no one else gets in here except me?
Yep.
I don't understand. Why are you doing this?
You're right. We're not just data. We're alive. To us, this isn't a fictional world. It's our home. Our reality. What about you? This is your lost history. Packed with secrets wiped out by the Cataclysm 50 years ago. For your scholars, it's the ultimate relic. The inhabitants here are basically data generated by Gesthos, used as key research subjects to study life, consciousness, and the connection between the body and soul. They are the cheapest experimental resources. For regular folk, this might feel like the most realistic game ever made. I've heard it's a wasteland out there. Can you really guarantee no one would choose to live here?
I never gave these issues much thought before, but now I see how serious they are. It's gonna take a lot of time and effort to solve them.
Simply put, if I were one of your kin, I wouldn't let a treasure like this slip away. That's why, to protect our way of life here, we can't just let outsiders wander in. Your solutions sound too complicated and hard to carry out. Our entire existence depends on Gesthos, which you control. And honestly, we don't think that's fair.
I understand. I'll let the people on the outside know how you feel and do my best to speak for you. But just so you know, these decisions aren't mine to make on my own.
Thanks, but don't sweat it too much. Once I crack this brain in a vat thing, I might just find a way for everyone here to be on equal footing with you guys. Only then will we finally have a truly fair conversation.
Brain in a vat? Looks like Ida's top hacker has dived into the most intriguing game of their life. Still, I'm a bit surprised you'd willingly become Gesthos' gatekeeper.
I'm telling you, this wasn't my call. It's all Gesthos' fault. After he showed me the truth of this world, we struck a deal. I have to guard the gate here until I figure out how to break free from the brain in a vat. All right, I've told you everything you need to know. I've been pretty busy recently, so you'd better get on with your own stuff. Before Gesthos went into hibernation, he mentioned that your friend Shirley got stuck in the code world and asked me to help you track her down. Don't worry, she'll be safe. While you were gone, she was exploring Asperia on her own and seemed quite happy. Their surveillance shows she's still around, so you should head over there.
Shirley!
Seeing the three of us here like this. Shirley, it's been so long. Shirley, you look amazing.
Mia?
Mia said it.
Mia, head to the back door and send the message that Shirley is safe.
Will do.
Yeah, it's so lively and vibrant. Totally different from the outside world of Hesperia. Shirley, how have you been holding up here all this time? Speaking of which, how come you know about Wednesday? Owner celebrating? Was that the day Anka planned the Wednesday gathering to watch the fireworks? It seems like you've been doing well and getting along quite nicely with Wednesday. Have you tried that rainbow bridge she's always raving about? Now it's just the two of us here. You don't need to worry about anyone else's feelings or hold anything back. So, will you answer my question honestly? Compared to being the Nemesis, an angel of clemency, do you prefer who you are now in the network? It's not because Hesperia here is more beautiful and bustling now than when we first encountered it. And it's not because life here is more peaceful. It's because here, you're not seen as the Nemesis or some weird machine. Here, just like in the shelter, you can simply be yourself. There's no need to apologize, Shirley. You didn't do anything wrong. You became an aberration for Zeke and everyone in the shelter, and turned into the Nemesis because of the Sage's conspiracy. You don't like becoming a cold, unfeeling machine or being turned into a weapon. You're drawn to this beautiful world and value who you are now. These are perfectly human feelings. If you want, I can stick around a bit longer. Let me think. Have you checked out Sylvia Business Street yet? Oh, and there's the Astra building. I've heard it has the best cinema in Hesperia. Shirley, about Zeke. I get it. But before we head back, I've got some good news to share with you. After you and Nem entered Gesthos, something happened. Zeke remembers everything now. He knows you're his sister and has been waiting for you to wake up. Leave that to me. I'll teach you. Just like you once taught me how to use the Space Rift. Shirley, this is the system's back door. With the device here, I can send you back.
Authorizer. Shirley.
Shirley? Where's Shirley?
It seems Shirley can't access this place. The Authorizer's terminal has an error. This doesn't make any sense.
What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. Mia, let's go back and check it out. I tried to access the back door, but I couldn't bring you with me. I guess I didn't do it right. I'll give it another try.
access the system's backdoor. Surely, are you stuck?
It's not entirely impossible. How about this? Mia can send a message to your brother to let him know you're safe. Meanwhile, I'll head to the Smart City to check on Nem. The Smart City Control Center is only accessible to authorizers. Right now, you can't access or enter the back door. Stay at the tavern and wait for my news. Anka and Grey Fox will take care of you. Don't worry, I promise I'll find a way to bring you back. I'll be back soon. I promise.
Authorizer!
Antoria, what are you doing here?
I've been waiting for you, of course. You may not know it yet, but I'm actually a great prophet. I foresaw that you'd come looking for my help, so I came to find you first.
You're still saying strange stuff like that, huh? But I'm glad you're all right. I was a little worried about you and the Defense Forces.
Worried about me? There's no need for that. Since you completed the reality reshaping program, the Temporal Anomaly Response Force and I have been living normal lives again for a while now. Speaking of which, the rent in Astra skyrocketed. It's tripled since I first arrived in Asperia. Luckily, my commander allowance covers it. Otherwise, I'd be living on the streets here.
You're renting a place?
Sure. When I first entered hyperspace, I'd never thought I'd make it back. So I sold everything I owned and left my 12-year-old cat with a friend to take care of. And there I was, back in Asperia with no place to stay, no clothes to wear, and nothing to eat. You have no idea how exhausting it was to start over, especially since I came back on the weekend. I couldn't get anything done. It was maddening.
All right. I'll listen to your complaints about city life later. But right now, there are more important things to deal with.
Wait a second. Allow me, the great prophet, to take a guess. You've got an important friend, and you're here to help her, right? And that friend, she's a gentle and charming girl with long hair who shared countless experiences with you, and her name is... Shirley.
Wow, you actually foresaw that, great prophet. You discussed it with Void Piercer when you were in the foundational layer, right?
Oh dear, you've seen right through me. To be honest, we didn't talk much. I've only met Miss Shirley once, and before we could really chat, Void Piercer showed up again. Back then, in the foundational layer, it felt like only one of them could appear at a time. Void Piercer spoke briefly, mostly just to explain Shirley's presence to me.
So, great prophet and perfect authorizer, with all your knowledge, when were you planning to fill me in on all this?
Don't rush. You just said there's plenty of time in the future to listen to me vent.
The future can wait. Today, there's something crucial I need to handle. You mentioned Shirley. She's my most important friend, and she's stuck in the network's world. I need to find a way to get her out.
You should be more patient with me. After all, I'm the world's one and only perfect authorizer. You're so smart, yet you still haven't figured out why I know so much. Surely you've pieced together my connection to Gesthos by now. If you want to rescue Shirley, you need to consider what makes the perfect authorizer truly unique.
Do you know how we can get Shirley out of here?
Are you ready to indulge in my ramblings now?
It all depends on what you're rambling about. I've been helping you on the foundational layer for Void Piercer's sake, but that doesn't mean I don't have doubts about your bizarre actions and words.
Shirley has spent too much time in the network's world, entering the foundational layer without the authorizer's terminal. As a result, the data source of her consciousness is now deeply integrated into the system. In other words, Shirley is now like those friends you've encountered in the network's world. She's become a part of it. She's no longer a person from the real world, and this change is irreversible.
But you can fix this, can't you?
You still remember what you just called me, Authorizer?
Just now? Oh, great prophet and perfect authorizer.
Bingo! The system's recognition of Shirley's data source of consciousness can be altered, reducing her integration with the network. As the perfect authorizer, this is just one of the many abilities I possess.
Gesthos once told me that I'd become the perfect authorizer one day. Is the perfect authorizer not something innate? Can it actually be created?
do you remember that strange move I made before the showdown with Nem?
So what exactly did you do to me back then? Is it related to the Perfect Authorizer?
It was the Perfect Authorizer source code. The source code integrates deeply with the data source of your consciousness, impacting your real-world body. It is entirely unique and cannot be replicated. To become the Perfect Authorizer, you just need to complete the final step of the auth activation process. I'm going to take you to the Smart City Design Institute. Back when the Smart City was still in its design phase, all experiments related to Gesthos were conducted there. The Smart City Design Institute can help you complete the auth activation process. Once activated, you'll officially become the Perfect Authorizer, allowing Shirley to return to the real world and reunite with her brother.
Let's go then.
This is the Smart City Design Institute. It's been so long since I was last here, yet it looks exactly the same as I remember, completely unchanged. Well, it's only 2664 and just over a year has passed since I entered hyperspace.
The Smart City Design Institute? Is this related to the Gesthos Smart City?
The Distant Beacon supercomputer, SAM, was upgraded to Gesthos right here. And it was in this very place that I became the Perfect Authorizer. As the Smart City took shape, the equipment housing Gesthos was gradually moved into it. Once construction was completed, the Design Institute's mission was declared accomplished.
So why aren't we heading to the Smart City? Does the Perfect Authorizer's auth need to be activated here?
Well, you said you're from the year 2713 and that Kieran's reality reshaping program failed, right? Did you really think that the source of the temporal anomalies was Omnium radiation? It seems that after the Cataclysm, humanity's research into Omnium has regressed. This is completely unacceptable. In 2664, humanity still couldn't control Omnium, but with you as the Perfect Authorizer, a new hope has emerged. Kieran's reality reshaping program isn't just some reckless plan. If we want to fully resolve the issues with those aberrations. Oh no, it seems the circuit control device has malfunctioned.
Is it broken? Are you serious? The auth activation process can't be started?
I'm just teasing you. As the perfect authorizer, I need to show you what makes me stand out from the rest, right? Welcome to the smart city of 2661. The place where it all began.
2661? This place is nothing like where we were before.
Commander Antoria.
Don't worry, he can't see you. Labby, is something bothering you? Is the experiment not going well?
The authorizer's selection process has been ongoing for over a year. We've gradually expanded its scope, but the highest cybernetic link compatibility we've found so far is just 93%. We're out of options, so we've called in the Hyperspace Defense Force for testing. We're counting on you now, Commander Antoria, and the entire Defense Force.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. There's no need to stress. Honestly, I'm surprised myself. I never expected I had the potential to become an authorizer.
Commander?
Yes? What's up? Do I have fried chicken crumbs on my face?
No, it's just... you seem different today. Suddenly a lot more approachable.
It's just your imagination. You're making me sound so scary. All right, let's start the test quickly. Oh, and could you grab the main control component from the circuit control device? I'll need to take it back to the base for further research once the test is done.
The main control component is right over there, Commander. Go ahead and take it.
Thank you. Good luck with your experiments ahead. In and out, and I've got the main control component. Jealous? Don't worry, once you become the perfect authorizer, you'll be pulling this off too. The main control component is installed and the circuit controller is starting up. Please wait a moment for the activation process to complete.
Was that?
We've returned to a fragment of the network's past, essentially accessing a shard of its stored data. This raw data was used to generate the virtual Ida. And as a regular authorizer, you can't influence it.
As the perfect authorizer, can you freely access the raw data of these shards?
Is your understanding of the perfect authorizer truly that limited? That won't do it all. You just mentioned Ida on the outside, and how Shirley became the nemesis. Don't you want to change all of this?
Do you know how to change it?
You'll figure it out when you become the perfect authorizer.
What about you? Once I become the perfect authorizer, is there anything you want to do?
Of course. Now that I can finally leave hyperspace and complete my mission, I'm ready to make up for everything I've missed. Great food, delicious drinks, fun times. I don't want to miss a thing. So hurry up and become the perfect authorizer. Then I can hand this burden over to you and finally enjoy some peace and quiet.
Still as blunt as ever, huh?
The circuit controller has been activated. Using the circuit controller up ahead, I can officially activate your authorizer source code. Excited? Then dive right in!
Where is this place? Gesthos?
Candidate Authorizer, Antoria. Initiating cybernetic link compatibility testing.
Are you Gesthos? I'm Antoria, commander of the Defense Force. I've just returned from my third long-term reconnaissance mission in hyperspace. During this mission, we collected critical data on hyperspace and the Void Entity. This intel will be pivotal in our efforts to neutralize the Void Entity and contain the temporal anomalies. I understand the Authorizer selection is crucial, but Kieran mentioned that it doesn't depend on any individual's qualities. It's all about finding the chosen one. So please let me go as soon as possible. There's so much waiting for me outside, and I really don't have time to waste. You've already found Pippin with a 93% compatibility rate. That's pretty high, right? The authorizer just below him, Kalpa, apparently has only an 84% compatibility with you, and the others have even lower rates. Instead of wasting time with the authorizer selection process, just let me return to hyperspace.
The cybernetic link compatibility test is complete. 100% compatibility. Congratulations, Antoria. You are now humanity's one and only perfect authorizer.
I'm the perfect authorizer? You... Wait, are you okay? It looks like you're struggling with something. Fighting with all your might. Are those computer viruses?
In this world, only you can see me like this. I'm sorry, but I might not be able to help with the reality reshaping program.
I feel like you've changed. There's a sense of familiarity. Are you speaking inside my mind now?
Our compatibility is 100%, which means our minds now think as one. However, this is your first time logging in as an authorizer. I've adjusted my information flow to help you gradually adapt to the cybernetic link.
Thank you, but that's not the priority right now, is it? I can see those viruses. They seem to be closing in on your core.
My core functional block is under strain. With the development of the smart city, I'm currently channeling as much computing power as possible to combat the viruses, but they've already exceeded my capabilities.
I can help you. I can sense them. As long as I focus, I can reach every corner of your server and eliminate them. A fully intact Gesthos is essential for the reality reshaping program.
Don't be reckless. If your consciousness data is hit by the viruses, you'll perish inside my server, and the Defense Force will lose its commander.
If I don't act, you won't survive until the reality reshaping program is complete, right? I can at least inform Kieran and... Wait, you don't know who infected you with the virus?
Unfortunately, no. As you humans would say, I was sneak attacked by an unknown enemy. Aside from you, I can no longer trust any humans. But that doesn't mean I'll abandon humanity entirely.
You have a solution, but you need my help. Tell me what to do. I'll do anything for the sake of humanity's survival.
Have you heard of the AI black box? You input a question and receive an answer, but no one knows how the answer is generated. Just after evaluating your compatibility, I recalculated a way to save myself. Now, with you as a new variable, I finally have hope. First, you must enter hyperspace. Second, another perfect authorizer must emerge. When both of these happen, I will be saved.
But you just said you have no idea where the answer came from. The first part is easy for me, but what about the second? Is there another perfect authorizer out there?
There aren't any. The members of the Defense Force who returned from hyperspace with you have all been tested. You are the only perfect authorizer.
And since neither you nor Kieran are planning to expand the authorizer selection criteria, where will another perfect authorizer come from?
If there isn't another perfect authorizer, then you can create one. Your existence makes it possible to replicate the perfect authorizer.
Me? Hey! What are you doing to me? I know we share one mind now, but respect my privacy, all right? What are you doing inside my head?
Do not resist. Comply. You are the one and only perfect authorizer.
What is this?
This is the key to achieving 100% cybernetic link compatibility. I call it the source code. Anyone with a compatibility rate above 80% can use it to become the perfect authorizer.
So, you mean Pippin? When the reality reshaping program reaches its final stage, the most compatible candidate will arrive here to initiate the global origin resonance process, which will then trigger the global retracement.
When the time comes, I can transfer the source code to him. Once he becomes the perfect authorizer, I'll gain full access to his thought process. As long as he isn't linked to the one who planted the virus, he'll be able to initiate the retracement and save all of Ida.
And you, impacted by the retracement as well, will revert to the time before the virus infiltrated your system. But what if he's collaborating with the one who implanted the virus?
Exactly. So we need an alternative plan.
Are you going to back yourself up before the virus corrodes your system?
Not only that, but I'm also backing up all of Ida. I need enough data to perfect the calculations, so I've been working on this in secret for quite some time. If the one standing before me is truly an enemy of humanity, no one can predict what they might do. We must safeguard the ultimate truth for future generations. Only then will we be able to leave hope behind.
Are you asking me to back myself up like you? For a future where hope is so uncertain? They'll have to fight, just like I did, with no clear end in sight, only to buy time. If I back myself up on your server to safeguard the source code, where will the other perfect authorizer be? When will they show up?
Among all humans, you are the only one I can trust. The rest lie dormant in the distant beacon's stasis pods.
Since the distant beacon arrived on Ida 117 years ago, those humans from the home planet have been fast asleep. Whoever the human traitor trying to sabotage the reality reshaping program is, it can't be them. Also, there were 60 stasis pods back then, sealed with strange locks that no one could handle. People forced open 2 of them, but the individuals inside died the moment the pods were activated.
The stasis pods were later relocated to the Federation's Hycros for safekeeping, awaiting gradual research. But Ida was so extraordinary, and with the humans preoccupied with cultivating a new civilization, they soon forgot about them. I've conducted secret tests within the management system of the Forgotten Stasis pods. Inside one of the pods lies B009, a man named Samuel, who has a 90% compatibility rate.
We have no idea how to wake him up, though. Otherwise, he could have been the authorizer for the reality reshaping program.
I've inspected the stasis pods. They're not quite ready to awaken yet, so it seems that Samuel is most likely the future perfect authorizer for this plan.
I see. I'll make sure your core code is passed on to him then. I hope he wakes up at the right time. What are you worried about? I can sense your concerns.
I'm concerned about you. You don't seem to care about yourself, always pushing forward without hesitation or compromise. Yet, you're still young, and sometimes what seems like recklessness is mistaken for insight. But whether it's recklessness or insight, it's your sheer willpower that makes you the perfect authorizer. I hope your willpower will allow you to persevere until the end.
If you're worried about my resolve, don't be. I'll remain in hyperspace until another perfect authorizer appears. I'll deliver this code to Dr. Samuel in the stasis pod first. Then I'll return to back myself up.
Antoria, without you, there's no one left I can trust. When you leave this place, trust no one.
Trust no one. That's what Antoria told me back then.
Based on the documents left in the distant beacon, Dr. Samuel, B009, was the top scientist on board, and the last human to enter the stasis pod. He's been managing SAM since construction of the distant beacon began, bringing the expertise needed to refine and complete iterations of the core code. Considering his 90% compatibility with the cybernetic link, he's undeniably the best candidate among the 58 individuals remaining in the stasis pods. But if I force open his stasis pod now, he might end up like those two before, dead on the spot. Dr. Samuel, what truly happened aboard the distant beacon that drove you to choose eternal slumber? If you receive this message, would you be willing to awaken? Dr. Samuel, sorry for disturbing your long slumber. I hope you'll see this message when you awaken. Now, it's my turn. According to Gesthos' calculations, there are two indicators. First, I need to enter hyperspace. You're the Defense Force's last line of defense against the Void entity in hyperspace. You're buying us precious time in the real world. If hyperspace falls, it's game over for all of us. But we have no idea whether Gesthos was referring to one of us or both of us. So I've got to enter this virtual world's hyperspace as well. It's crawling with the alteration virus, and just like you, I'll need to fight to buy time for our plan. As for Gesthos' second indicator, someone is destined to become the perfect authorizer, and this person will need the source code. That means I need to wait here for this authorizer to arrive and hand them the source code at the right moment. But none of us know when the authorizer will appear. The war in hyperspace could drag on forever. If we don't eliminate the virus infecting Gesthos quickly, the reality reshaping program could fail. You can't leave hyperspace until the reality reshaping program is completed. If the program fails, you'll be trapped there forever. So, this might be our first and last meeting. Take care of yourself. I hope the authorizer can save everyone in time. The source code is now in your hands. Due to the virus, the enemy may uncover my role as the authorizer and the existence of the source code. I've set up some traps to help protect you. You handle the present reality, and I'll take care of the uncertain future. Now, let's give this plan a name. The Reshape the Future plan. I hope we can meet again one day. Same here. Is this hyperspace? Another version of me must be going through the exact same thing right now.
Commander, here's the roster of the latest recruits for the aerial strike team. Sophie, Emily, Jessica, Linda, Megan, and Jana.
Got it. Have we clarified the situation regarding the the void entities in each domain? We need to quickly formulate a combat strategy.
The void entity report is here.
How did I end up back here? After the battle in hyperspace failed, Gesthos must have sent me back.
Antoria's loop starts with her entering hyperspace and ends with the occurrence of the cataclysm.
Commander, here's the roster of the latest recruits for the aerial strike team. Sophie, Emily, Jessica, Linda, Megan, and Jana.
Linda, Megan, Jana. Just like last time. So, if the simulation is correct, does that mean another version of me has already made the sacrifice?
What do you mean, Commander?
Nothing. First, report on the situation of the void entities in each domain. We need to come up with a combat strategy quickly. Is this the 6th time now? This time, I'll find a way to win.
Every time, Antoria strives to find a way to achieve victory.
Commander, here's the roster of the latest recruits for the aerial strike team. Sophie,
Emily, Jessica, Linda, Megan, and Jana.
Huh? Have you already received the list, Commander?
I have a general idea of who they are. So let's put the roster aside for now. First, report on the status of the void entities in each domain. We need to quickly come up with a new combat strategy.
New combat strategy?
Is it over? The next loop is coming, and everything is about to start over again. I've lost count of how many times I've been through this loop. It's the 822nd. Or was it the 823rd? No, it's gotta be the 825th now. Why can't I save them? No matter how hard I try. Is the war in hyperspace just doomed to fail? Gesthos, is this what your countless calculations have led to? Where is that authorizer now? Gesthos, why aren't you saying anything? How much time has passed outside? How much time has passed in here? Is the other version of me still alive? I'm on the verge of collapsing here.
Antoria, you're stronger than you think. You've held on until the very end.
Commander, here's the roster of the latest recruits for the aerial strike team.
Geez, forget that for now. It's pointless. We need your help over here more. Careful, I've spent ages on this.
Commander, what's wrong?
Come on, what are you standing there for? These battles will only lead to needless deaths. You're better off sticking with me.
Pointless deaths? I don't think so. We may not be the final authorizers of the retracement, but we're the Defense Force. We're buying precious time for the reality reshaping program. If we give up now, the smart city might not be completed in time, and the retracement won't happen. You're our commander. You can't just abandon us. Before we set out, you said that if we could hold on for just one more day, humanity would gain another ounce of hope. Even if we end up trapped in hyperspace, we must fight till the very end. For the people of Ida. That's what all of this is about.
I said that? How come I don't remember?
You said it in your speech to the whole army yesterday.
Yesterday. To you, it was just yesterday. I didn't realize that the person I was yesterday would say something like that.
In the end, Antoria is supported by her past self.
Gesthos, even if your calculations lead to the same outcome over and over, I won't give up hope. As long as I can endure one more loop, we'll have a little more hope. Isn't it fascinating here? I can continuously adapt my strategies, and each failure just helps me understand the alteration virus better. This time is the 10,000th or whatever loop it is. The point is, I held on 3 more days than last time. Even though I haven't outsmarted your calculations yet, I've already surpassed my past self. In the next loop, I'll definitely hold out for 3 more days.
Treating this like some kind of game that can't be won? Just trying to beat old records? No wonder you're so out of touch now.
How many loops has it been now? Whatever. It doesn't matter anymore. I've been waiting for you. But are you really the one?
Is this... me? I'm sorry for making you wait, Antoria.
I've waited so long for you. So long that I almost forgot. Authorizer, do you know how happy I am? I never expected Nem to be so protective of you. She's usually so distant. It's pretty clear she really likes you. Gesthos' core code has iterated to a level resembling true humanity now. His calculations were right. You are the one I've been waiting for. You are the hope of the Reshape the Future plan. My hope. My unwavering commitment has been worth it after all. This is something I've always protected. Something I hold most dear. It seems it's time to entrust it to you. Let's go, Authorizer. You know, on my first day of elementary school, there was this sweet teacher at the gate. She taught me this little circle gesture. Said it would bring me luck in my studies.
The once tranquil world is finally starting to ripple. I've now become her hope to break free from this endless cycle. It looks like that's the Authorizer's source code. The one Antoria has been safeguarding through countless cycles. Once I become the perfect Authorizer, I promise I'll bring Antoria and Shirley back to the real world. Almost done. Hold on for me!
Huh. I didn't realize you were that skilled, researcher.
Who's speaking? That sounds like...
Don't recognize me? How about one more Gungnir?
Haggis?
The Spear of Heaven never misses its mark once cast. Too bad Void Piercer blocked it for you last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to wait this long.
That symbol. You're a god servant. You're the true cleric. Kalpa is just a pawn in your game.
Do you really think you're any different from Kalpa? She's just another lab rat, just like you. She experimented with the wrong code, while you discovered the right one. Thank you for your sacrifices. Your efforts have paved the way for my master's arrival.
You forged Plotty's log, didn't you? And you've been using the virus to control Nem. Who are you, really?
The Void Piercer was just an unexpected experiment. Without her, I could have easily used you to access the bottom layer and claim the source code. It would have saved us all this trouble. Thankfully, these deviations haven't derailed my plans. Only the most loyal servant can wield time and control history, like my master. Only I can be the perfect authorizer. The source code belongs to me.
You wish. The cataclysm was caused by your kind. You god servants. I'll never let it happen again.
Wrong. The cataclysm was caused by Antoria. If she'd confessed back then that she was the perfect authorizer, I would have already seized the source code and completed a global origin resonance. It's all because of her selfish deceit that I had to use a virus to fabricate the perfect authorizer. The global origin resonance 50 years ago failed because of her. Ida collapsed because of her. My master's descent was delayed by 50 years, all because of her. Thanks to you, the network is repaired and the origin resonance will no longer fail. This time, I shall welcome my master's arrival. To be enslaved by the master is a privilege for humans. Antoria, this power now belongs to the master.
Is it over?
Authorizer, from now on, this is your story. The shattered world of the future, it's yours to change. Humanity's future belongs to you.
What?
Is this the perfect authorizer's source code? So it was successfully activated after all. Now to... Wait, Antoria! Antoria? Where are you? Antoria?
Auth completed. Authorizer, proceed to the Smart City control layer to log in as the perfect authorizer for the first time.
Antoria. Yes, the control layer of the Smart City. Maybe she's waiting for me there, right? She must be there, safe and sound, just like before. I bet she has lots of secrets to share with me. I'm going to find her now. Where's Antoria?
Authorizer, the network backup restoration and system repair programs are complete. Gestos has vanished after being corroded by the virus. Now, only I remain.
Nem? Have you finished repairing the network?
When you became the perfect authorizer, Gestos also completed the transfer with me. Now, I've taken control of Gestos and have become a true hyperdimensional quantum supercomputer. As for Antoria...
Nem, do you know where Antoria is now?
Antoria... She left a holographic recording. Let's take a look.
Antoria!
Authorizer, how are you feeling? Are you comfortable? You'll be all right. Congratulations on becoming the perfect authorizer. You can now edit Shirley's data in the surface layer, allowing her to return to the real world and reunite with everyone. Your data source of consciousness was damaged by Bagus. To keep you alive, I repaired it using mine. Since I've been gone, I'm no longer just data. I'm a human consciousness, uploaded here just like you. There's no need to resurrect me within the network now. You're about to face Bagus and the god servants he represents. The so-called gods they serve claim dominion over time and history. Yet they fear humanity's mastery of Omnium technology and the Tower of Fantasy. To counter this, they've resorted to infiltration and sabotage, fracturing Ida, the very foundation of our survival. The god servants lacked the perfect authorizer's source code back then, so they resorted to using a virus to forcibly control Gestos. As for the cataclysm you mentioned, I believe it was the result of their failed attempt to use Origin Resonance to summon their master. Voidpiercer entered the network, sparking their hope of obtaining the source code. However, I doubt they can easily access the bottom layer. From the moment you drank that Gungnir, the god servants have been watching you. If Voidpiercer hadn't intercepted that strike for you, you would have become a puppet of the god servants. They would have gained access to the bottom layer, halted the network's restoration, and likely stolen the source code within me. You need to protect the half of the source code you hold and find a way to reclaim the part that Bagus stole. No matter who this so-called master is, we can't let them reach Ida. Now, you're the only one who can trigger the perfect Origin Resonance and restore the fragmented Ida. The future of Ida and humanity rests in your hands. Antoria, Commander of the Temporal Anomaly Response Force, Perfect Authorizer, and Executor of the Reshape the Future plan, your journey is about to come to an end. I broke my promise to you. I feel a deep sense of regret, knowing I won't be able to witness the future you're about to build. But I believe it will be truly beautiful. Don't be too sad. After all, I'm just a consciousness backup. The real hyperspace has a different set of rules for time and space. There's still another Antoria out there. She might still be alive. Please, do whatever it takes to find her. The road ahead is yours to walk, hand in hand, together.
Antoria.
She left with a smile, having completed her mission.
Nem, tell me, is this true?
Okay.
Why?
The auth for Perfect Authorizer is now activated. Although only half of the source code remains, with my help, Shirley can safely escape. I haven't fully adapted to the Algorithm Arc server yet, so I need to stay here for now.
What about Bagus? Have you found out who he is?
I'm sorry. He's been deliberately blocking his thoughts. He's a highly skilled authorizer, and I can't hear him. However, I can trace part of the source code he obtained. His data source of consciousness has fled to Kylo with it.
Kylo? Could the god servants have come from there?
No matter where they came from, or how many there are, they must not be allowed to get their hands on the complete source code. Otherwise, they'll be able to trigger the Origin Resonance. I don't know who their master is, but there's no doubt they pose a threat to humanity.
All right. I won't let them succeed. If they come for the source code, I'll seize the opportunity to avenge Antoria.
By the way, apologize to Shirley for me. Our data source of consciousnesses were entangled back then, and I had no choice but to bring her into Gestos.
I understand. You had your own reasons. I don't think Shirley will blame you. Shirley, I'm back. Why are you here alone? Where are Anka and the others? I wanted to say goodbye to them. After all, once I head back this time, I really need to get some proper rest. Sorry to keep you waiting. I hit a few bumps along the way, but don't worry. I've figured out how to get you back now. And this time, it'll definitely work. Oh, and I ran into Nem. She felt sorry for bringing you into the network. I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me. As the authorizer, I carry the burden of the cybernetic link for extended periods, and it can be quite overwhelming. I'm just tired, that's all. I've been missing everyone too. Shirley, how are you feeling? Do you ache anywhere?
Don't worry, her vital signs are all normal. She's just been unconscious for a while, and will need some time to get her motor functions back in sync. I have other things to take care of, so I'll head off now. Once you're done talking, make sure to bring Shirley to me. I believe a thorough examination is still necessary.
I know.
Shirley! Shirley! I missed you so much! Welcome back! Welcome back! Don't be upset, Zeke. You got this.
No need for all this formality between us. If you really want to thank me, just take me and Shirley home already. This cybernetic link is a heavy burden. I was so focused on finding Shirley before that I didn't notice much. But now that I've finally let go, I suddenly feel so exhausted.
Go home. I miss home too.
Shirley needs time to recover, and I should take a break too. If we don't return to the shelter, where else can we go?
Uh-huh. Finally, we can go home together.
Yeah.